engineer, chartered engineer, India, Bharat, civil engineer, speaking from Faridabad, NCR, Bharat, India. This is also 5th May, May 5th, 2020. One more day of COVID-19 and criticality of world, and this is certification of Chartered Engineer India, Bharat, issued by the Institution of Engineers India, Bharat, India, under Royal Charter 1945, Royal Charter of Institution of Engineers India, and this is my credentials. I have given some more information for you people because it should be clear what you are, and I can say that just wanted to inform you more about me, and that's the reason that I tried to give me as much as possible, and these are my actual activities I've been doing all these days for last couple of years. You may not be able to see complete of this, but I just want to tell you about me, and this is my CV, curriculum vitae. This is my experience. And some more. Well, this is what just told me about my brief here. So This is your friend, this is your colleague, this is Suraj Singh again. Another day of COVID. COVID, you know what COVID is now? You know well, you may speak Corona, whatever else. Very strange situation all over the world. Every day is increasing, not decreasing. All over the world it's increasing. Even now, Russia has crossed 2.5 lakhs. Russia, which was hiding so much, and Trump, US President, already said that at least 100,000 deaths they will face. This, which means in fact they have already faced. But I understand, because when President says something, you have to take many times of that. Nobody is speaking truth these days. No news is right. Nothing is right. But my supposition is very different. You see, one should think from many angles, not from one aspect only. No, I was thinking yesterday, 2 days before, about this rain issue. In how we are getting sun for 2 days and then rain and then cold and hot and hot and hot. Pollution, I think pollution of world over has generated this kind of problem. Well, it's my supposition. I cannot guarantee something, but I have a different opinion also as a human being, that when something goes out of controls of human being, then you have to depend on nature, God. So what I think, this Corona, you call it COVID-19, you call it, this is very powerful. In fact, this is very powerful. And forget science and forget everything for time being, because science is not able to save people. Science has not even understood, and it will take time for science to understand what is happening. But when you cannot do something logically, you cannot do something practically, what happens at end? Everybody leaves it to God. Unknown God. At end, we have to rely on that assumption, on that speculation that God will save us. And that's a fact also. Because God is there, I am saying speculation, but fact is God exists. Now, how He exists, that's a disputed question. I'm not interested in that. But because I am existing, this nature is existing, this means God must be existing. That is, you can say, implication of our question and answer. So if God is existing, means if God brought something, Corona cannot come without permission of God, that's also true. We say on every leaf of tree, no one can even stir it until God doesn't want. If God wants, a tree can dance, these leaves can dance. But fact is that Corona is production of God, because without permission of God, nothing can move. So probably we have to respect now and ask Corona, please do not destruct us. We have to ask Corona, please do not destruct us. You are very powerful, we are not that powerful. We cannot defeat you. Though we may defeat or we may not defeat, that is different. But currently, keeping abreast is reality of life. Reality of life states, announces that we are in no way capable to defeat COVID-19. And if we are not capable, because every day it is firing humanity, every day. There is no day when cases are not brought in, people are fighting themselves. You see, yesterday there was a dispute, or you can say not a dispute, you can say a kind of scuffle between Kuwait police and Egyptian people. Egyptian people who have been waiting in camps after declaration that they have to go. It's now 3 weeks. They have been waiting for 3 weeks. Filipino people are also waiting in their camps. All I have been shocked to a level that they are interested to go back home, but there is no, ready-made preparation by government or by these people that they could go. People are psychologically impacted upon all over the world. It is a psychological impact, it's physical impact, and it is impact of loss of life. Of course, people have started in Europe or in US and also somewhere else to open their economies in parts. You may open, no problem. At same time, KSA, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has isolated whole Dammam because there is expectation, there is a threat of corona augmentation. So, what to say? In our country, Bharat, it's already crossed 40,000 infections. They are saying 40,000. I don't believe that. I may put one more zero there, possibly next week or next to next week. And because we are big population, 130 crores human beings in our country, so I won't be surprised if this figure go to 4 million, probably, or more. Nobody knows. Big country, many slums everywhere, and even if there are no slums, America is not slum. People are impacted upon. So I consider all other way, being a human being, which is my right as well, that once you don't have any solution, physically, mentally, or money-wise, or somewhere else, now money is no value because there is no solution. Solution can work only when you have first solution, then money would work, otherwise no. I can say, leave everything behind, let people work on this, but we have to pray this attacker, Mr. COVID-19, Mr. Corona, or powerful Corona, or invisible Corona, from where you have come, from wherever you have come, for what you have come, please excuse us, forgive us. Do not beat humanity, do not kill people. We have to, maybe Corona is very angry, who knows, he is unhappy with humanity, and we have to submit to Corona, COVID-19, that we are very dishonest, all people, generally those who are in power, we had been very dishonest. We had looted this earth. We have explored all material wealth from this earth, like petrol, like petroleum products, ores, all wealth we have abused. We spoiled God provided pure air. So we have done every crime for which all world citizens, all global citizens are responsible. There could be a factor that God is angry with us and God wants to change this earth's residency into a better manner. Who knows? So Corona is a warning to us, is a threat to us, and I think maybe it continues for decades. Who knows? This is 2020. According to my calculation, I would say mine is what I think about that. I am fond of applied spiritual numbers. This is for your information. Applied spiritual numbers, which is an exponent work which I carried out at length based on my you can say theoretical knowledge, which I got automatically according to that number, according to the number 2020, I keep aside 2000, just 20. 20 means 20 means 10 times material, and 20 has got no spirit because this is just material. And result of 20 is 122. If I multiply 20 by 6 and add 2 is 122. And 122 again is telling that it is material with entry material and exit material. And this is lead material and this is trail material. So now corona is leading very fast, very rapidly, because it is material. And of course, it gives material to everybody. Material means death is also material. When soul leaves death, soul leaves body. We have to now understand that way. And I think from this 2020 to 2029, this is a period dominated by corona. And there should be many transitions, many changes. And this is also related to earth because earth is material. So we have to change our attitude toward corona. Just saying we defeat it, we do this. No, we are not going to defeat it. We cannot defeat nature. It's not possible. Yes, we can work on studying this, taking precautionary measure and treat when time comes. But by that time, Corona, Mr. Corona, would have walked out a lot. It has delivered a lot for which has come. The only way to keep it afar is respect Corona. Direct, please excuse us, forgive us. We will be honest in future. We have to undertake. We shall be honest in future. We shall be loyal to God and nature. We shall not exploit what you have exploited so far. We will not fight together, because fighting among humanity is not received happily by God. So this is psychological I am talking. This is not the scientific evidence. I don't have any evidence. Once you are out of control, you have to leave it to God. Okay, God, this is you. We are leaving it to you. You know what is good for us, what is bad for us. So leave it to Corona. Because we are interested in defeating Corona. That's why Corona, COVID-19 is fighting with us. And moreover, name is 19. How it came, because of year, because of what, ultimately it's moving with this COVID-19, 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 Corona, Corona, Corona. So better now 1 number and 9 number also. 1 is entry, exit, and 9 is power, fire, struggle. So this is what is doing. So have little change. Let us say, Mr. Corona, who are you? Or Mrs. Corona, whoever are you? We are now going to change our attitude, our conduct toward nature, toward humanity. Toward humanity also will change. Toward nature also will change. We shall not try to destruct God's provided earth and air. We shall not harm this, which we have done unknowingly, that there will be some power to beat all us. Millions of people have been affected, we know, and many more millions may be affected, we know. Death toll is rising every day. Though it's more than 3 lakhs have died till now, more than 3 lakhs, maybe 4 lakhs, 5 lakhs, nobody knows. Picture is not explicitly, grossly clear. So we can only speculate. When persons or country like America says they will reach 100,000, it is shocking consideration, shocking point. Americans who think everybody is very valuable here, and if they are dying like this, we can assess very well what this can do for us. COVID-19, I don't know why humanity failed in this connection to take action, precautionary measures in time, but it's too late. It's first time we are knowing that no countries were ready to deal with COVID-19. No country around the world, whoever are these, had not prepared. Hospitals are not well equipped, were not prepared to handle this situation. And still it's ongoing same way. There's no major change. If doctors can die, so many doctors all over the world have died, nurses have died, others have died because they are helping others, they are treating patients. You can see how serious issue it is. Doctors, if die, it's a question mark. Big question mark. Doctor is not one day job. It takes many years of university to become a doctor. Their experience. Doctor is always top asset of every nation and humanity. If doctors and nurses are lost like this, then it's very grave question that there is something wrong is happening around, and I am sure that wrong is we have forgotten. We have forgotten nature and we have forgotten God. So probably God is not happy with us. Probably. I am talking very seriously. God is not happy with humanity because whatever God provided to us from nature, from a resource of earth, whatever God provided, we do not value it. We do not want to preserve it. We just want to destroy everything. This is what we have done. We have done everything that should not have been done. We have done everything that should not have been done. And we never worry about that. And many times I have said, again I say, in 85 years, we have destroyed completely, we have exposed almost petroleum. We have not left anything economical value that we don't explore. Economy is very important for all, not preservation of nature. It's not in our control that we cannot go below few kilometers of earth surface. Otherwise, we have taken all even from center of earth. Unfortunately, we have not gone there till now. Your earth is like that. If you just see earth, 12,500 ball, and if you go to center of earth, it's 6,200 something. And we cannot cross that. That's lucky. That's good work. God has done very good work really. We cannot even go inside. And we talk to stay on Mars, on Jupiter, we want to talk to stay there. We don't understand science of earth. We don't predict we can't predict tornadoes, we can't predict seismic actions, we can't predict anything, and we should not predict that. We should understand that. God says something else now. Don't touch my earth. If you touch, I'll untouch you. If you touch, I will untouch you. This is clear message of God through Mr. Corona, Mr. COVID-19. If you understand this point, we bow before COVID-19 and seek excuse, seek apology. Please stop destroying humanity. Whatever we have done, we are regretful for that. Whatever we have done, we are regretful for that. There is no other out. No other out. Because there is no guarantee of treatment of this pandemics. And who knows what shall happen later. But currently, people have to be stopped from death. Only way is submit to Corona. Kindly Corona, have mercy on humanity and please become passive. Okay, if you want to stay on this earth, stay as your earth, but don't act against us. that kind of, you may say, you may name it as worship or something else. I do not mind about that. You may call it worship or you may call it something else. That's up to you. I won't name it. But we have to express like that. Nobody shall help us, only Corona, against Corona. COVID-19 only can help us, no one else. So, coming out of suppression by psychology, coming out of the suppression of psychology, we have to determine another route. And if we get excuses, we get mercy from Corona, we can move forward. We can move. कोरोना ने 2019 कोविड ने जो तबाही मचाई है पूरे विश्व में, कोई छुपी नहीं है, छुपी नहीं है। अगर अमेरिका जैसी कंट्री कहने लगे कि 1 लाख तो मर ही जाएंगे, तो ये बहुत बड़ी बात होती है। 1 लाख तो वो मान ही रहे कि मरने वाले हैं, मेरे ख्याल से इससे ज़्यादा मर ही चुके होंगे। सच्चाई कोई बताएगा नहीं आज की तारीख में, और कोई भी नहीं चाहता कि दुनिया में पैनिक हो जाए। अगर वो जितने भी बता रहे हैं 1 लाख, वो कह रहे हैं कि 1 लाख तो मरेगा, मैं समझ लेता हूँ कि आप कुछ फैक्टर से मल्टीप्लाई कर दीजिए तो इतना तो होने जा रहा है। और रही बात ये कि इतनी शक्तिशाली है ये, इससे अगर हम कहें हम हरा देंगे, तो हमें ऐसा नहीं कहना चाहिए। हम हराएंगे नहीं हराएंगे वो तो बात की बात है, लेकिन अभी तो हमें भुगतना है। वो कहते हैं जब मानव के हाथ से कोई चीज़ निकल जाती है, उसका उस पर कंट्रोल नहीं रहता है, जो कि हाँ इस हाल में है, तो उसको छोड़ देना चाहिए उस चीज़ को, कि अपने आप वो करेगा चिंता इसकी जिसने बनाई है ये चीज़। तो उसको आप किसी भी रूप में ले सकते हैं। मेरा कहने का तात्पर्य यह है कि हमारे हाथ में कुछ रहा नहीं है। कहने को लाई कर रहे हैं हम, किससे कर रहे हैं हम नहीं जानते, और जब जानते ही नहीं हम किससे कर रहे हैं, जिससे हम कर रहे हैं वो हमें जानता है, हम उसको नहीं जानते। और जब तक जानेंगे नहीं तो हम किससे डिफीट, किसको हराएंगे। इसलिए भगवान ने अगर ये चाहा है कि ठीक करना लोगों को इसी के रास्ते, सही बात है, ठीक करो, आपका हक है, आप पावर हैं, भगवान हैं। आपने ये ज़मीन बनाई है, ये सौरमंडल बनाया है, ये पूरा का पूरा ब्रह्मांड बनाया है, तो आपको पूरा हक मिलता है, क्योंकि हमको भी तो आपने बनाया है। आपका हक बनता है कि हमारा भी ऑडिट करें, हमने कैसे कर्म किए उसका भी जांच पड़ताल करें। हमें कोई इस बात में दुख नहीं होता है कि आप क्यों कर रहे हैं, आपका पूरा पूरा अधिकार है, क्योंकि आप सृष्टि के मालिक हैं। और कोरोना भी आपने ही बनाया है, पक्का रूप से आपने ही बनाया है, हम मानते हैं इस बात को, सब कुछ आप ही बनाते हैं। और जो कोरोना जो तंग कर रहा है वो भी कोई ना कोई वजह होगी, नहीं तो वो तंग क्यों करेगा। इसलिए हम सबको चाहिए कि आप उसे प्रेयर समझे, कुछ भी समझे, कि एक गुहार लगाई जाए, भाई आप प्लीज़ बहुत हो गया, आप हमारे मेहमान बन के रहिए, या कुछ भी करिए, हमें तंग मत करिए, मारिए मत, प्रॉब्लम मत करिए, आपको रहना है रहिए, क्योंकि ज़मीन आपकी भी होगी, भगवान ने भेजा है आपको। तो इसको आप कुछ भी कह सकते हैं। मैं तो एक अपील कर रहा हूँ सबसे कि आप जो थोड़ा माइल्ड हो गए, सोचिए भाई, आप कोरोना मिस्टर, आप श्रीमान जी, आप तंग ना करें, आराम से रहे, रहना है तो, और जाना है अपने वहाँ तो जाएँ बेशक, और रहना है तो रहिए, लेकिन हमको मत तंग करिए। हम गरीब मानवता हैं, कुछ लोग ख़राब हो सकते हैं हम में, लेकिन उसका तो इलाज हम नहीं कर सकते, वो इलाज तो आप में करना है। बस बहुत हुआ, अब तंग करना छोड़ दो, और कम से कम अगर हम आपके चक्कर में कुछ नहीं करेंगे तो हम क्या खाएंगे, कैसे रहेंगे इस दुनिया में। ये बातें अब हमको सोचनी होंगी। कहने को ये बहमबाजी की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, वैज्ञानिक के रूप में बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, इंजीनियर की तरह बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, सच्चाई है इसमें। आप सही दोष देंगे मुझे, मैं दोष ले भी लूँगा, मैं दोष लूँगा या दोष नहीं लूँगा, उससे क्या होने वाला है। हमें बचना कैसे है, वो प्रश्न ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है, बजाय ये कहने की मैं दोष लूँगा कि नहीं लूँगा। मैं दोष ले भी लूँगा तो क्या फ़र्क पड़ जाएगा, और मना भी कर दूँगा तो क्या फ़र्क पड़ जाएगा। आखिर शक्ति तो शक्ति ही है। या तो मैं शक्तिशाली इतना हो जाऊं कि उसके सामने आके चैलेंज करूं, देखता हूं मैं, वो तो संभव नहीं है। तो संभव नहीं तो जो संभव है वो कीजिए। संभव यही है जिस तरह आप भगवान के सामने नतमस्तक हो जाते हैं, वहाँ तो वही है नतमस्तक, साथ में इसके सामने भी हो जाइए, ताकि ये कहे कि हाँ, दुनिया वालों ने, विश्व वालों ने मेरा मान सम्मान किया है, और जब मैं मान सम्मान पा रहा हूँ इनसे, तो मैं इनको कैसे मारूंगा। और अगर ऐसी सोच हो जाए तो कोविड-19 नहीं रहेगा, चला जाएगा। मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है, थोड़ा सा प्रैक्टिकल हो जाएं, व्यवहारिक हो जाएं। हर चीज़ लाइफ से हासिल नहीं हो सकती है। जब नहीं हो पा रही है तो थोड़ा सॉफ्ट हो जाइए और कहिए भाई जाओ यार, बहुत हो गया, थोड़ा हमें सांस तो लेने दो, तो चला जाएगा। अपनी गलतियां मान लीजिए। सारी दुनिया गलती तो मानना जरूरी है, क्योंकि गलत काम किए हैं तो किसी को भी गुस्सा आएगा। लेकिन अब जब भी दवाइयाँ आएंगी, इंजेक्शन बनेंगे, वो तो बाद की बात है। लेकिन अभी जो सामने दिख रहा है उसके हिसाब से तो ये आपको करना ही पड़ेगा, क्योंकि इकोनॉमी भी ख़राब हो रही है और सब रास्ते ख़राब हो रहे हैं, शिक्षा ख़राब हो रही है, विकास ख़राब हो रहा है। सोच नहीं पा रहा है आदमी हम क्या करें क्या ना करें, इसलिए थोड़ा संभलना पड़ेगा। कहने का मतलब ये है। और रही राजनीति की बात, तो राजनीति तो मैं करना नहीं चाहता। हाँ, एक बात जरूर कहूँगा, हमने जो व्यवहार किया है हमारे भारत के मजदूर वर्ग पे, वो निंदनीय है। आई कंडम दैट। वी पीपल ऑफ दिस कंट्री ignored our duty, condemned ourselves that we are ill human, we are bad humans in treating our own people who are not very highly educated but very much trading partners, trading in a sense. If these people do not work, these crores of people, I don't know many crores, I don't have statistical data, but these are crores people, crores citizens of this country who directly contribute to development of nation, and they are indirectly responsible for economical growth in terms of GDP. That's also a fact. Yes, when you consider one or two, you may not realize that fact, but when you see that these people work, and without them nothing can work, nothing can be made, that point clearly claims that these people are our country's energy. They are actually energy. Frankly speaking, these people use their energy for in all types of activities, industrial to factory and factory to construction and construction to wherever. Always you will find them farming, they are doing farming, they are doing construction, they are doing industrialization work, and they are doing everything. There is no place, there is no system which is left where they do not contribute. But they have been ignored for many weeks, and which is weakness of our public. I should clearly say, our country, our public don't deserve what we have caused to it. This point we should understand very well and respect these people. Government ignored them, which is condemnable. I condemn current government for that, but they should open eyes and think for future. Management, because I do not want to talk much on this issue further because of continuation of our talk, and I will give break here. so that you know what I'm talking about. Changing my subject now. I'm going to management. So this is management talk. I'm making now management talk, which is very, very important one from every viewpoint. I have included my management talk complete discussions of quality, safety, works and related law, contract, etc. And I was in that way of continuing on Royal Charter, the Institution of Engineers India, and I had talked to you about 3 or 4 repetition, I think 4 times, four talks, and then I shifted to a draft of a petition that I sometime prefer to file in Supreme Court, but that could not be filed due to varied reasons of there are no finances, no interest in engineering community, which I don't understand why, yet that draft copy is still available. I had sent that copy to Institution of Engineers, to Council of Architects, and to government ministries in same year, but nobody is available to respond on all these issues. That is really failure of administration, I can say, in this regard. If I write something to some authority, I expect answers to come, but no, it did not work at all. Well, no problem, I don't mind that, because if you just think others are not working, you sit. No, it's wrong one. When I talk of management is very top profile, and management says do not depend on any education. There is only one and one education. Of course we are educated. What shall these books teach me? These do not teach me anything specific, because these books are written by those who have never been in field of work. They have been in offices, in bureaucracy. How can I expect them to deliver real facts? They will just imitate what is given in other books, and with certain explanations or certain objections, they create another book. So I do not believe that system, because this is given by someone and not by thinkers, by experienced people. So writing book or understanding book, that's of course that's a part of education, I don't say no. But in real life, sometimes it doesn't work. For example, civil engineering, from which I am, this is a different type of profession. There's a design, of course there is a design. Everything is there, design is there, and we have to follow it. We follow design, we do design, we are think tank in that, and we apply that design on sites. We work out structures. But one thing is very certain, that common sense plays a vital role in engineering management. Sometimes I have seen people who do not know anything in writing, who can't read, but they can do. They can do something surprisingly, which no one can expect. So they are also our guide, they are also our leads in field, and they do something. We can't take them for granted. If you don't have common sense, you can't even identify them. Your common sense attitude, your concentration attitude, our surveillance attitude, and our public interest attitude, these factors count a lot in management, in project management, in in other industries as well as our basis, agriculture. We have to check always. For that purpose, I have talked to you many times that use mind more than trusting books. Because what you think, what you do, what you solve, keeping all factors, applying that, we do something which practice even can lead to generation of formula or generation of something else, and we have possession of that. If you develop that way, that's real way, that your mind says this is useful, your mind says this is not useful, and common sense says no, this is unnecessary. Because common sense never ever defies you, because that is your common sense. So for that purpose, because there is some problem in our country, problem in a sense, professional dispute or question of ego, you can say, question of some other party problem, I leave that aside. We have architect law, we have engineer's law, but engineer's law is little weak because it doesn't protect title. In its language it protects, but in action people even don't know that there is a charter, royal charter granted to 1935 in 1935 to call to nation, to Institute of Engineers. Institute of Engineers India, the only professional body in our country which was conferred, which was taken over in its approach, its policy, that this is royal charter, means charter for public, this public right to name this institution as such. And when proprietary issue comes in, then no proprietary can work, no proprietary, unless it's yours. The point is, we have to strengthen ourselves first, because people have not been educated about profession of engineering and engineers. We have architect law, which mandates that registration with Council of Architecture means you are designated architect, and there are many other type of titles for various professions, but I am talking about engineering profession. Engineering, if you say real engineering, that is electrical, mechanical and civil, and others are supporting engineering, because these are all risky ones. We all live in buildings which are well serviced, air conditioned, and having all advanced services, facilities. That is also these days affected. So we have to at least reach certain point to bring to public attention and to tell people that what you should do, don't waste money. Because until there are professionals on decision making, that cannot be made. So I thought to streamline titles of engineers for public. That was my thought was. Already there is title, and that title is clear for purpose of applications of engineering, and that page is important for everyone. It's very important. So only my proposal was that I draw into some a kind of petition, you may say, to submit to Parliament. In past I did this, I could not succeed. So I tried to do something for public, something for engineers, engineering community. So I did a lot later on. It's for 2006. No, 2000 years. It was not successful, but successful or not successful, that should not be criteria for a person to work upon. So I worked on that, and I thought that I tried my best. I tried my best to do that, but because people did not take any interest, and that flopped. However, I'm not upset because I can do something. I can't guarantee result of that. That's also a fact of life. My control is to work and not in result, not in further actions. Only that much I can do as a person, individual, or as a team member. We can only do something, and results are never in our hands. So I don't consider that. Even if I consider result, what shall happen? I will stop working at one time because result is not coming. So I do not take it that critically, because result is not coming. So my audit I have to do and check it whether I am interested in that. अगर क्वेश्चन का उत्तर नहीं मिल रहा, अगर आपके कर्म का फल नहीं आ रहा, तो आप कर्म करना तो छोड़ नहीं देंगे, कर्म तो करेंगे. अगर छोड़ देते हैं तो फिर आप पक्के नहीं हैं अपनी बात में, आप डिटरमाइंड नहीं है, कमिटेड नहीं है. तो जहाँ आपको कोई सुनेगा नहीं, वहाँ आप काम छोड़ देंगे, या कोई आपको कुछ कह जाएगा तो आप काम छोड़ देंगे. तो ऐसा तो नहीं चल सकता, कभी भी नहीं चल सकता. इसलिए थोड़ा सा हमें ये सोचे बिना कि इसका क्या फल होगा. फल का होता है, आप डिसाइड करते हैं, मेकअप तो करते हैं कि इसका आंसर ये आना चाहिए, ये इतना सक्सेसफुल होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए, लेकिन होता नहीं. That is only purpose that I wanted to continue on this talk of this draft. That draft I showed to you many times, and that is now I'm going to continue from where I left yesterday. I want to finish that today, though it's not very much left yet. I should finish it so that we can start something else. And my next talk is after this. I'll take little time in this, and then I will also take some time when I finish this draft, PIL draft, we call it Public Interest Litigation Draft under Article 32 of Constitution of our country. We'll talk something about FIRIC and then go on to management. I already recorded many videos in this connection, in connection with economy, in connection with engineering, management, and many other interesting or non-interesting topics. And I also show that people are not following me a lot. I can't control that because I'm not a famous person. I'm only ordinary person like you. So my yesterday's talk was, as I again tell you, for those maybe people are not here now, no problem, we will read them later on. But I cannot sit if people are not there. If people are no problem, I am there. So what I said, yesterday or day before yesterday, I'm not sure, we started this talk. And title of this page is, this draft is Honorable Chief Justice of India's address to and leadership of Bengal. Title is in original jurisdiction of public interest litigation draft. Petition, reference, PIL, etc. is given. Number is not with me, so we cannot lay that. I think. Maybe put it for 10 or something. It's annoying me. So this petition under Constitutional Article 32(1) public interest litigation respecting role of architects and role of civil engineers, structural engineers and services engineers on building development activities in India. So memorandum participants all were discussed. I had gone to many, you can say, I have given all this in this one. Many questions are there, and fundamental rights or whatever is there, complete picture is given there. And I was talking about this yesterday, and I think I will continue from that point of view, and at end we can discuss what this is about. So I'll move that way. That's not that much, let's go far. So it was somewhere 80 something page, I remember 80 page something like that it was. So I should move that fast, that's a mistake. So it's page 112. Let me go further. This is 85. I find somewhere else. I find. Yes, this is now. We are talking of. I was talking of this. Let me see from there. 20 or something I can say. This was explanation. So. Well, I was on 20 on this, and I take from there better, so that NBC guideline or something I should say. I have to start from somewhere. So let's start from point 20. Point 20. This is in this draft. Point 20, not otherwise. And this point 20 is page 75, no problem. This point 20 para T, and this is BIS NBC guidelines issue. So I'm talking about our National Building Code guidelines, NBC or National Building Code. So I'll start here, and for purpose, just because there should be a refresher as an overlap, we can say I'm feeling thirsty, so as it's already what is already Q5 probably, and not Q5, so light is maybe 4:20 or 4:15 or another quarter. So this 20 says, now quote I am giving, this is from NBC, and that is called National Building Code, Bureau of Indian Standard Guidelines, and this issue number 6 here in my so this file is available. This file is available on script.com, which link URL I have given in text of this audio, in video. And not only this text, I have given there many other texts, like all texts of the past videos related to management, as well as some videos links to safety, health and environment, and also some links to FEDIC available on script, and this PIL itself. So I'm moving further. My quote is that reference to National Code of India, Bharat NBC. This is 2005 Part 2, Administration, Annex A, and refer to Petitioner's Exhibit P5, is my Exhibit P8. This we have to write in this, and later on can be changed by advocate if required. And next is same contents reproduced on page 239 to 40, Appendix E, Model Building Bylaws 2016. Now published by Town and Country Planning Organization, Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India, refer to Petitioner's Exhibit P10. A guide for qualification and competence of professionals to be adopted and implemented by all states, urban development bodies, authorities, local bodies, and others throughout this country. And in this, A1 is given here. A1 essential requirements refer to petitioner. So now A1, it says every building development work for which permission is sought under code shall be planned, designed and supervised by registered professionals. Registered professionals for carrying out various activities shall be architect, engineer, structural engineer, supervisor, town planner, landscape architect, urban designer and utility service engineer. Then requirements of registrations for various professionals by authority or by body governing such profession and constitution under statute as applicable to practice within local body jurisdiction are given in A21 to A25. Requirements for registration and competence of professionals, that is title. So I say it's given architect, refer to petitioner. Minimum qualification for an architect shall be qualification as provided for in Architects Act 1972 for registration with Council of Architecture, and its competence are given A211, that is registered architect shall be competent to carry out work related to building development as given below, and it is all plans, and there is 01A, all plans and information connected with building permit except engineering services of multi-story or spatial buildings given in 12-251. Now next is 12-251 building plans for multi-storied spatial buildings. And 101C says for all multi-storied buildings, this is multi-storied buildings which are 15 meter or more. Well, they say 15 meter, but 15 meters is not that much. Well, we have to follow that. It's given multi-story building 15 meter or more in height for spatial buildings like educational, assembly, institutional, industrial, storage, hazardous and mixed occupancies. With any of aforesaid occupancies having covering area or covered area more than 500 square meter, building sanction shall be done in 2 stages. What's that? Now, issuing certificate of supervision and competency of all buildings pertaining and architectural aspects is 01D, and this is issuing certificate of supervision and completion of all buildings pertaining to architectural aspect. 01E says preparation of subdivisions, layout, plans and related information connected with development permit of area and up to 1 hectare for metro cities and 2 hectares for other places. And 01F says issuing certificate of supervision for development of land of area up to 1 hectare for metro cities and 2 hectares for other places. BIS, that's again guidelines continue. It's engineer, this is A22, this is for engineer. A221 was for that one. A22 engineer, what says for engineer? Let us see. Engineer refer to petitioner's exhibit P10, our exhibit. Is there several. Now, minimum qualification for engineers shall be graduate in civil oblique architectural engineering of recognized Indian or foreign university, or member of civil engineering division, architectural engineering division of Institution of Engineers India, or statutory body governing such profession as and when established. Then you go to A22A, competencies are there in this regarding engineer. Now, registered engineer shall be competent to carry out work related to building or development, permit as either required. Then you say registered engineer shall be competent to carry out related to building or development permit as given below all plans and information connected with building permit. Then 02B structural details and calculation of buildings on plot up to 500 square meter and up to 5 stories or 16 meter in height. Then 02C issuing certificate of supervision and completion of all buildings. And then 02D, preparation of all services plans and dietary plans and related information connected with development permit. And then is 02E, which is issuing certificate of supervision for development of land for all areas. And 2E as A23, structural engineer, what it says, refer to this structural engineer. Now says minimum qualification for a structural engineer shall be graduate of civil engineering of recognized Indian or foreign university, or corporate member of civil engineering division of the Institution of Engineers India, and minimum 3 years experience in structural engineering, preparation. This is my misline sometime. This student is India, minimum 3 years experience in structural engineering, practice with design and field work. 3 years experience shall be relaxed to 2 years in case of postgraduate engineer, postgraduate degree of recognized Indian and foreign university in branch of structural engineering. And then in case of doctorate in structural engineering, experience required would be 1 year. So this is an experience definition. Now remember this I am speaking from NBC, that's National Building Code. Now competency registered structural engineer shall be competent to prepare structural designs, calculations and details for all buildings and supervision. A231 3A, in case of buildings having special features as decided by authority, which are within horizontal areas and vertical limits specified in A221B and A221E, A shall be designed only by structural engineer. Unquote. Now explanation is NBC 2005 has rightly included competencies related to civil engineer, and structural engineers. Their scope 2005 has rightly included competencies related to civil engineering and structural engineering, civil engineers, structural engineers and civil engineers. Now 21 in my number. Structures are designed and executed by civil engineers all over world or globe, which profession should be granted its rightful role in buildings now. Now explanation is therefore in this country, India also all structures of all type should be entrusted for design and construction to chartered civil engineers India. Well, then structures of all types should be entrusted for designs and construction to chartered civil engineers India. Next is all building permits, all building projects are all over in India should be carried out only by chartered engineers India civil. Then we go is description. Now pertinent injust qualification. Pertinent injust qualification defining graduate engineer, civil architectural engineering or corporate member of institution of engineers India is misleading since corporate member of the institution of engineers India is by royal charter entitled Chartered Engineer India, hence and therefore professionally located much above graduate engineer qualification. Now, architect should confine to buildings architectural space designs and coverings envelope only, or you may call space design, space frame, since degree in architecture does not equip person with competency on structural designs and structural prosecution activities and disciplines. Somebody argued with me that we are not licensed and those are licensed. You not fight for that. No. Or I say that CA 282015 BIS to NBC December 23rd to 15 refer that on December 23rd, 2015, Council of Architecture filed one letter communication with BIS regarding Part 2 administration related to qualification of engineers and structural engineers. Council of Architecture recorded that only architects are professionals and engineers are not professionals. What I say here, Council of Architecture, Council recorded that only architects are provide professionals and engineers are not. This is ridiculous. Very ridiculous. Because then Council of Architecture recorded that BIS had no power, additionally no power, authority, and yeah. Then let's move further. says that once again I repeat, Council of Architecture recorded that BIS had no power, authority to decide on qualifications of architects, engineers and structural engineers. Next is Council of Architecture recorded impliedly that only architects had to work statutorily on buildings. Now part 5. Next is refer to petitioner's exhibit, and this is also in continuation to NBC guidelines, and says a mail was sent to Institution of Engineers India incorporated by Royal Charter 1935 inviting its attention to issue of comprehensive architectural services. Then you come forward, says architectural services per regulations notified on May 1989 under Architect Act 1972 and date. Now part 5 is, part W, sorry, para W is, says refer to petitioners. Right. Oh, no. Come on. Now, foregoing E, that is email, foregoing email, including in PN, work forward to Council of Architecture, requesting to resolve issues or else they will. Let's move further. CA July 31st, 2016. Now, following email included in P1 was forwarded to Council of Architecture, requesting for lesson. I'm not sure. Now let's move further. You say status is UA filed with PMO July 17, 2016. Issue of comprehensive architectural services for regulation notified in May 11, 1989. Well, issue of comprehensive architectural services for regulations notified on May 11, 1989 under Architects Act 1972. Mandate was filed on PMO, Honorable PM Interaction Portal. Action by PMO, incorrectly, what they said, action by PMO is incorrectly, case was forwarded to Government of Haryana, Chandigarh. When I wrote something to them in this connection on their web portal, answer is that. The answer is that which I report here, action by PM, that office miscorrectly handled this and sent it to somewhere else where there is no referring to this. Then it was that case was forwarded to Government of Haryana Chandigarh on July 18, 2016, which government is not competent in any way to decide relevant issues. Then you see, refer to petitioner's exhibit mailed to the Ministries Law and HRD and UD regarding the Government of India, Council of Architecture, July 28th, issue of compressive architectural services per regulations notified on May 11, 1989 under Architects Act 1972. Mandate was filled by mails with Honorable Ministries of Law, Urban Development, Human Resources and Development. Now, Honorable, I wrote also to mail signed to Honorable Speaker Lok Sabha, that is COA 28/2016. I mean to say about 4 years back, and mail was sent to Honorable Speaker of Lok Sabha regarding issue of comprehensive architectural services per regulations notified on May 11, 1989 under Architects Act 1972. No actions intimated to us yet, so till now no. And then para AA. Now IEI Royal Charter 19th issue, 19th of our charter issue. Role related to building civil civil engineers, building structural engineers and building services engineers. This role we are talking of. I'm talking of this role. Civil engineers working on building, structural engineers working on buildings, and building structural engineers, service engineers. Explanation I am giving here. I am just trying to overlap last time discussion so that you will refresh, because at just hit I can't start. So regarding qualified civil engineers, further explanation is given as follows. Engineering activities carried out, affected and conducted in India, Bharat, should be controlled and regulated by mandate per Royal Charter of the Institution of Engineers India, IEI, head office of which is located at 8 Gokhale Road, Kolkata 70020, and the URL is www.ieindia.org. IEI Royal Charter 935, or says Institution of Engineers India. It says brief background. Institution of Engineers India is now consequent upon, this is just brief background giving, consequent upon recommendation by Indian Industrial Commission, was established in 1920 under Indian Companies Act, Institution of Engineers India. In 1935, Institution of Engineers India, the Institution of Engineers India, abbreviated as IEI, had been granted Royal Charter of Incorporation by His Majesty King George V. At that time, King George V was in charge of this country and of British as well. Charter of Incorporation granted II had been granted Royal Charter of Incorporation by His Majesty King George V. Objective under Royal Charter of II has been as briefly enumerated hereunder, while Article 2 or present 2 included within this charter and quoted as objects and purposes for which the Institution of Engineers India, hereinafter called the institution, is hereby constituted are to promote general advancement of engineering and engineering sciences and wait applause. Are hereby promote general advancement of engineering and engineering sciences and their applications in India, and to facilitate exchange of information and ideas on those subjects amongst members of and persons attached to institution and otherwise, and for that purpose. Now, A, to promote and advance science, practice and business of engineering in all its branches, hereinafter referred to as engineering in India. So this is definition given on charter. Once again I say, to promote and advance science, practice and business of engineering in all its branches, hereinafter referred to as engineering in India. B, to establish, promote, form and maintain local associations of members belonging to the institution and others engaged or interested in engineering, so as to assure to each individual member, as far as may be possible, then say to establish, subsidize, promote, form and maintain local associations of members belonging to institution and others engaged or interested in engineering, so as to assure to each individual member, as far as may be possible, equal opportunities to enjoy the rights and privileges of institution. Now, C, to diffuse among its members information on all matters affecting engineering, and to encourage, assist and extend knowledge and information connected therewith by establishment and promotion of lectures, discussions, or correspondence, by holding of conferences, by publication of papers, periodicals or journals, books, circulars, and maps of city maps, you can say, or other literary undertaking by encouraging research works, or by formation of a library or and collection of models, designs, drawings, and other articles of interest. Articles of interest in connection with engineering or otherwise house or house or then D, to promote study of engineering with a view to disseminate information obtained from facilitating actions So, to promote study of engineering with a view to disseminate this information obtained for to promote study of engineering with a view to disseminate information obtained for facilitating scientific and economic development of engineering in India. E. To establish, acquire, carry out, control or advise with regard to colleges, schools or other educational establishments where students and apprentices may obtain a second education and training in engineering on such terms Okay, then E. To establish, acquire, carry on, control or advise with regard to colleges, schools or other education establishments where students and apprentices may obtain a sound education and training in engineering training in engineering on such terms as may be settled by institution. F. To encourage, regulate and elevate. Encourage, regulate and elevate technical and general knowledge of persons engaged in or about to engage in engineering and as you know, to encourage, regulate and elevate technical and general knowledge of persons engaged in or about to engage in engineering or in any employment which is manual or otherwise in connection therewith and with a view thereto to provide a right? Right, for holding of classes and to test by examination or otherwise competence of such persons, and to institute and establish professorships, studentships and scholarships, rewards and other benefits, benefactions, benefactions, that and that to grant certificate of competency, whether under any act of government of India or local governments, regulating conducts and qualification of engineers or otherwise howsoever. Then explanation, para A, petitioner. Institution of Engineers India has also been empowered by Royal Charter 1935 to grant competency certificates required under any act of government of India or local governments. No other governing or regulatory body has been authorized to issue such competency certifications to engineers in India for national level chartered engineer India. And professional engineer India are competence certificates respecting official authentication of engineers in India. To give, this is Government of India, to give Government of India and Government of India, local government and municipalities, any and other public bodies and others facilities for conferring with ascertaining views of engineers as regards matters directly or indirectly affecting engineering, and to confer with said governments, municipalities and others, public bodies and others in regard to all matters affecting engineering. Right? And to confer with said governments, municipalities and other public bodies and others in regard to all matters affecting engineering. Then, let me repeat it, very important, to arrange and promote adoption of equitable forms of contract. Because otherwise, it happens, they say, to arrange and promote adoption of equitable forms of contracts, which is very important, and other documents used in engineering, and to encourage settlement of disputes by arbitration, and to act as or nominate arbitrators and umpires on such terms and nominate arbitrators and umpires on such terms and in such cases as may seem on such terms and such cases as may seem expedient. Gastric, every gastric. Chai भी पिया कभी ऐसा हो रहा है. Nominate arbitration umpires on such terms and such cases as may have ASC expedient. To promote efficiency and just and honorable dealing and to suppress malpractice in engineering. To do all such other acts and things as are incidental to or conducive to attainment of above objects or any of them. To all such other acts and things as are incidental or conducive to attainment of above objects. You say gas traps every part of our body. See, that's the problem. Now, provision empowers II to chart out required policy so as to effect achievements of II objectives and support its corporate members, Chartered Engineer India, for practice. Now, whereas article or present is article of present 16 empowers every corporate member of institution to take or use name and title Chartered Engineer India. Now, article 16 is present 16. From here. Every person being at any time a corporate member of institution may so long as he shall be a member, take or use name of, style of, now we say every corporate member can take or use name or title of Chartered Engineer India. Now you go further, after becoming Chartered Engineer. Chartered Engineer is a big name. You are engineered by Constitution. Now, explanation is by virtue of foregoing provisions under Article 16 of II, Royal Charter 1935, every chartered engineer India is empowered and authorized as such to practice engineering business for meeting mandated provisions which being enshrined within II Royal Charter 1935 provisions are indicated in brief below. This is page 93. Again I am saying, to promote general advancement of engineering and engineering sciences and their applications in India. See, gas is trapped in body. Okay, let's go further. Boring is boring, what to do? No way out. So what I'm talking is in this to promote the advancement of engineering sciences and that and their applications in India and to facilitate exchange of information and areas of those subjects among members and persons attached to institution and otherwise, and for that purpose to promote and advance science, practice and business of engineering in all its branches, hereafter referred to as engineering in India. Now, for information to benefit upon the quote, this institution is abbreviated for writing purpose as IEI, while it regulates 15 engineering branches. IRL Charter India, Chartered Engineer India. Eligibility criteria for chartered engineer. Any life corporate member of institution of engineers India can designate himself as a member engineer. Then Article 22 and this is says eligibility criteria life criteria, all life corporate member of institution of engineers India can designate. Then next is it says Article 22, and we do hereby say we means king do hereby we do hereby for us, for our heirs and successors, grant and declare that this our latest patent of enrollment and yawning, and that this our latest patent or enrollment or exemplifications thereof shall be in all things good, firm, valid and effectual, according to true intent and meaning of same, and shall be taken, construed and adjusted in all our courts or elsewhere in matters in most favorable and beneficial sense. Then we continue that according to true intent Let me finish it first. Enrollment or exemplifications thereof shall be in all things good, firm, valid, and effectual, according to true intent and meaning of same, and shall be taken, construed, and adjudged in all our courts or elsewhere in most favorable and beneficial something, and for best and advantage of junior, and shall be taken, construed, adjust in all our courts or elsewhere in most favorable and beneficial sense, and for best advantage of self-instrumentation. Best advantage of side institution and misrecital, non-recital. Not recital means if not spoken something. Omission, defect, imperfection, matter or things, whatsoever, notwithstanding. In witness whereof we have caused these our letters to be made patent, and then it says this 22, para 22, present 22 in foregoing evidently provides protections to II character or I charter and functioning of Institution of Engineers India. Now 22, the explanation says above evidently provides protection to II charters and functioning of this charter. Then say above Article 22 above evidently provides protection to II charter and functions of Institution of Engineers India by confirming validity of engineers, validity, effect, benefits, and all powers entrenched within II charter for this body, corporate and politic, and for all its corporate members, chartered engineers India, and who are by virtue of II charter 1935 legally authorized to conduct practice of engineering in India in respective branch of engineering. Then legally authorized to conduct practice of engineering in India in respective branch of engineering to which corporate members to which corporate member chartered engineer India is attached with, whereas all engineering professional companies are required related to branch of engineering can be drawn from implied provisions contained within II Charter, which government of day well, we are going to read one by one explanations for clarification. Now, wherever all engineering professionals' competencies are required, a related branch of engineering can be drawn from implied provisions contained within II Charter, which government of this day body II is can be drawn from implied provisions contained within II Charter, which government of this body II is national. Now come forward to role of chartered engineer, petition submission. Now, one more says in this, one more thing says that which government of this day, which government of this body, II, its national council must chart out a publishing and publish in interest of the general public and all expressions. Now so that role of chartered engineer, India, petition submission starts. Now what we want to say, that's important here. So far we just created some background in this connection. Whereas in spite of fact that II is an existing royal chartered engineering, whereas in spite of fact that II is an existing royal chartered engineering body, qualifying body in India, and has been functioning as such since 1935. With the status as royal chartered body, whereas it's also a fact that said royal charter 1935 granted to II has not been either repealed or amended or dissolved or disputable. Dissolved, repealed or amended or dissolved or destructed by any mandate post 1947. Most posts coming into force Constitution of India in 1950. Help is there. Again I say, it's a very important one to realize. Let me say, good morning, Rakmi Umar. So I continue. I just want to see in between who is there or not there. just for wishing them good morning, that's all. It's also a fact that the Royal Charter 95 granted to IEI has not been either repealed or amended. This I am telling you because I am talking of addition. So I say, whereas in spite of the fact that IEI is an existing Royal Charter body, Royal Charter legislative body in India, and has been functioning on such since 1935, which status as Royal Chartered body, whereas it is also a fact that said Royal Chartered body, the 1935 granted to IEI has not been either repealed or amended or dissolved in destructive whereas it's also a fact that said Royal Charter 1935 granted to IEI has not been either repealed or Royal Charter 1935 granted to IEI has not been either repealed or amended or dissolved or destructed by any other mandate post 1947, post coming into forces Constitution of India in 1950, and whereas possible applications of Constitutional Article 372 and 372A for either amendment or repeal was not affected by then His Excellency President of India, which state of this charter confirms that all concerns IEI Charter 1935 which state of this charter confirms say either amendment or repeal was not affected by then His Excellency President of India, which state of this charter confirms that IEI Charter 1935 continues to be protected in its legal force, grant, letters patent and warrant. Now, whereas also legal status of this Royal Charter by constituted script of language suggests defines and confirms that it's warranted by royal prerogative as His Excellency His Majesty King George V Prime legislation and independent of any other act based constitutional document in terms of public record, duly created with latest patent, warranted by His Majesty then King George V, which still continues to be in force. Page 97. Okay, I am moving, no problem. I move gradually, not to go. And that's what's happening to me today. I think I slept properly, God only. Then where is all state governments municipalities in territory of India by written bylaws or regulations mandate that civil engineers to engage on work in respective territory are required to be mandatorily enrolled on respective local authority registers to claim as licensed engineers, in spite of fact that professional regulation can be made with under current list entry 626. I'm talking of lists in or schedules containing list schedule. There are schedules for every work to be done by which government, and which is also given. It's given that in spite of fact that professional reputation can be made under concurrent list. Entry 26 per Schedule 7 Constitution of India, which power of regulation of engineers vests with II only. Whereas Schedule 12 witness says current list entry, let me see again, 26 per Schedule 7 Constitution of India, which power of regulation of engineers vests with II only. And whereas Schedule 12 inches within Constitution of India, which mandates defines municipalities charter does not empower municipalities to regulate engineers at any location, description or provisions out of enshrined 18 included provisions on this schedule. Then where is no other provisions anywhere within any other laws or statutes in force in India also mandates any state government to regulate engineers and engineering practices. Yet fact and prevailing practice have been that all municipalities, relevant department that mandates any state government to regulate engineering and engineering practice, yet facts and prevailing practice have been that all municipalities relevant yet facts and prevailing practice has been that all municipalities, relevant development authorities and status and state development authority state governments operate and specific practice to register engineers as well as control engineering profession. In particular, pertinent civil engineers and building design and and erection discipline of architecture too. Actively inspired of fact that regulation of engineers and regulation of engineering activities have been mandated both now. In spite of the fact that regulation of engineers and regulation of engineering activities have been mandated and down onto II by virtue of previous included what happening to me by virtue of provisions included within IIRL Charter. Then due to known allowance given by all such municipalities, state developments, authorities and state governments, it's not permissible for engineers to work in engineering either on business activities or on practice without obtaining now. Let us say, due to known allowance given by all such municipalities, state developments, authorities and state governments, it's not permissible for engineers to work in engineering either on business activities or on practice without obtaining these municipal or local antiviruses. Okay. मैं दोबारा पढ़ता हूँ यार, फिर नींद आती है। Due to non-allowance given by all such municipalities, state development authorities and state governments, it's not permissible for engineers to work in engineering either on business activities or on practice without obtaining these municipal or local authorities obtaining these money machine. Either in business activities or in practice without obtaining these municipal local authorities, bodies issue arbitrary license to practice by condoning or neglecting, superseding II Royal Charter engineers status. During the past 10 years, some states, for example UP and Kerala, relevant bodies, authorities have allowed by circular notifications as that is corporate members who are trained So during past and yesterday years, some states, for example, UP and Kerala, relevant bodies, authorities have allowed by circular notifications IEI corporate members, Chartered Engineer India, attached to Civil Engineering Division of IEI to freely practice engineering in our respective territories without obtaining any such local license from whatever such either local body or authority. All Chartered Engineers India IEI corporate members as such have been suffering at illegal actions resorted to by all such municipalities, state authorities and state governments who do not allow chartered engineers India to work in engineering discipline and particularly in civil engineering branches. On designs and erection of buildings, a town layout. Then on designs of erection of buildings and layouts, where it is respectfully submitted to Honorable Court whereas it is respectfully submitted to Honorable Court that Chartered Engineer India is competent designation and whereas it is respectfully submitted to Honorable Court that Chartered Engineer India is a competent designation which allows Alright, now we will go further. Whereas it is respectfully submitted to Honorable Court that Chartered Engineer India is a competent designation which allows in accordance with provisions within IEI Royal Charter to practice engineering by all three number classes. The classes of grades of IEI corporate members, Chartered Engineers India, AMI India, MI India, FI India, whereas AMI India, MI India and titles of designations effective since 1935 and FI India title designation added in 1964 by amendment to IEI bylaws. Whereas AMI India election criteria being an engineer qualified with an engineering below then we can say we have taken this three designations Criteria being an engineer qualified with an engineering degree with 10 years attained practical experience and two entitled MI India, while one more FI India election. Criteria being an engineer with qualified with with an engineering degree with a minimum of 15 to 20 years attained practical experience to be entitled FI India. Whereas in addition to foregoing three classes of Chartered Engineers India, AMI India, MI India and FI India, two more classes of engineers at national and international levels are regularly enrolled, which are of by unlawful. Now, classes of members, international engineers are regularly enrolled, which are by designation defined as one. I repeat this, whereas in addition to foregoing three classes of Chartered Engineers India, MI and MI, FI, two more classes of engineers at national and international level are regularly enrolled, which are by designation defined as one. Now, professional engineer India. Alright, professional engineer India being one, professional engineer India being open to engineers from all recognized societies in India. Professional engineer India being open to engineers from all recognized societies in India, and other being international professional engineer India open to all open to all. Alright, let's move further. Professional engineer India being open to engineers from all recognized societies in India, and other being international professional engineer India open to all professional engineers already approved as professional engineers India or directly both. Whereas it is further recorded that designation international professional India, international professional engineer India No, let's go further. Very slow, I think, because it's to be understood very well. Then we go. Where's further recorded that designation internship of engineer India is certified by AI based on II status of having permanent membership with IPEA body under International Engineering Alliance, refer to Petitioners Exhibit P19A through to PE19E. Where IPEA is in its full form read as International Professional Engineers Agreement. IPEA, International Professional Engineers Agreement, which currently incorporates on its current list 15 nations representatives only, including India, represented by Institution of Engineers, India, constituted by Royal Charter 1935, while other representatives include namely US, UK, Australia, Canada, South Africa, China, Japan, Germany, Korea, etc. Then no further definition. I told you countries so that you should have an idea. Again, I repeat countries again. So it's most important. While other representatives include namely US, United States, United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, South Africa, China, Japan, Germany, Korea, etc. It's important to understand this. By definition published in IAI website WBI, a professional engineer, P engineer is mentioned on IAI website. A professional engineer by definition is one whose academic qualification and experience shall be in conformity with internationally mutually acceptable standards. Now, this is a very important point. That's why I'm going slow. So you can get after evaluation of competency by national committee. These are procedures. After evaluation competency by national committee of relevant engineering discipline, applicant engineer is certified as a professional engineer by a board for certification of professional engineers, that is board for certification of professional engineers, that BFC. Then a professional engineer may be designated as international professional engineer. A professional, not necessarily means directly considered. An engineer may be designated as International Professional Engineer India, that is International Professional Engineer India, subject to meeting evaluation criteria, payment of fee for transfer or direct appointment to ITPE registered solely, at discretion, additional board for certification. Those applicants who apply for transfer to International Professional Engineer India register in prescribed form along with transfer fee as applicable will be assessed for PE as well as INTPE. PE means professional engineer, INTPE is international professional engineer. During some assessment, applicants will be interviewed by respective national committee on international procedures, codes, practices. However, if applicants seek to International Professional Engineer India register at a later date, they will be assessed separately on the set of application for transfer to International Professional Engineer in register, along with prescribed fee for now if the application sees transfer from into PE India registered at a later date, they will be assessed separately on receipt of application for all right. Let us do one by one because there is a complication in the submission. That's why I'm going like this. I have to link all, and because these reasons are different for every issue. So what is procedure I was telling you about this in that transfer to PE and data deployment to PE, and this assessment to PE as well be into PE during same assessment. Both assessments can be done. Applicants will be interviewed by respective let's resume our session. Sometimes thinking a lot about how to talk in this way. To see, says those applicants who apply, says it is very difficult actually. Professional engineering is subject to meeting evaluation criteria, payment of fee for transfer to or direct register solely at discretion of board for certification. Those applicants who apply for transfer to or direct to international professional engineer register in prescribed form along with transfer of appointment or selection application will be assessed for fee as well as both in fee during same assessment. Applicants who will be interviewed by respective national committees on international procedure, codes, practices. However, if applicants seek a transfer to INTP India register at a later date, shall be assessed separately on receipt of application for transfer to INTP register along with payment of prescribed fee and other charges. You can refer this because this is not updated one, it's old one. There's some update on that just for your information. If you go to HTTPS and this is www.india www.ieindia.org. If you go to that site, you will find international professional engineers and professional engineers criteria of registration on under certification. Under certification, you'll find that there are professional engineers and international professional engineers as well as chartered engineers. All are given there. So that is update one. This is previous one. So don't just, it's because old document. This was in 2013, and therefore update is not available on this. I amend it later on, so you can refer to that. Just for information, I'm just giving you that. I'm referring to that website. And to know how to become a professional international engineer, and with IEI engineers whose qualification is BE, BTech or equivalent, recognized by statutory authority or Government of India, and who are having 7 years or more experience, out of which professional experience of 2 years in a responsible position of significant engineering activity, having a membership of a recognized professional body, a society, and having maintained continuous professional development at satisfactory level, can submit application in prescribed form to Secretary Board for Certification, Institution of Engineers India, 8 Gokul Road, Calcutta 700020. So this is for that. Please refer to that institution's website for update, and because that time now application for P is submitted as well as other application is submitted. So if you want to be P, you have to submit one application. If you are not interested in international professional, and if you are interested in international professional, if you are that much qualified, then you need not submit for professional engineer. If you don't want to, just submit for international professional. Or if you submit for both, that's up to you. There's no harm about question of fee. So be attentive to that website to know facts, current facts. I'm just giving an indication here. That's why I was thinking how to explain to you. Then assessment of P India and international P India, this assessment. There's also a change procedure in that. Interview is conducted only for international P and not for SPPs. But here again something different is assessment of application, including assessment examination, is conducted by National Committee of different engineering disciplines formed by professional institutions within the country under supervision and direction of an independent board for certification. It's mandatory for professional engineers, international professional engineers to abide by code of ethics as formulated, and that is code of ethics is also given on the website. You can find that. Qualification for certification as professional engineer. Now basic requirement for certification as professional engineer is bachelor's degree in engineering or equivalent, recognized by statutory authority or Government of India. Experience is 7 years. It is given in this, but it is 5 years now per update, because experience of 5 years for professional engineer and 7 years for international professionals. In engineering practices, now professional experience of 2 years in a responsible positions of significant engineering activities for international professional engineers, persons of good character, of course, that's natural. Membership of recognized professional engineering institutions or associations. Past assessment examination is prescribed. That's for assessment examination is only for international professional engineers, not for professional engineer. Maintained continuous professional development since graduation at a satisfactory level, and undertakes to adhere to code of ethics and makes a formal application with prescribed fee, exemption for experience for professional engineers. Now, credit up to 12 months of experience may be given to if candidate has a postgraduate engineering degree or equivalent recognized by Ministry of Human Resources and Development or UGC, University Grants Commission, or All India Council of Technical Education. Credit of 24 months of experience may be given if candidate has also obtained a PhD degree recognized by same MHRD or UGC, AICTE. Maximum exemption for higher education shall not be more than 24 months, including post-graduation degree and PhD. So maximum exemption of experience is 24 months, that is for PhD, and 12 months for ME or postgraduate degree. Now competency. Now requirement of competency for professional engineers. Application of engineering theory, what they expect is that you should be competent in application of engineering theory, standards and practices. Management of engineering works, including personal and financial aspects. Management of engineering works, including personal and financial aspects. That's why I'm stressing every day management, because this is management engineer. In fact, once you are a professional engineer, international professional engineer, you are actually including management position. You are including management power with that engineering, this designation. So management of engineering works, including personal and financial aspects. Communication skills, that's very important. Communication skills, understanding of broader social and legal implications of engineering profession. Understanding broader social and legal implications of engineering professions. Continuous development of engineering profession. CPD is calling demonstration of concern for sustainability, occupational health, safety and welfare. Additional requirements for international professional engineers. Certification is good knowledge of international codes, international standards, and conversant with international practices, procedures in engineering. Demonstration of capabilities to be an international professional engineer to satisfaction of. See, demonstration of capabilities to be an international professional engineer to satisfaction of respective national committee and board for certification. Now, therefore, keeping abreast foregoing provisions and national, international professional engineers quality standardization procedures in effect practically, and whereas such high profile status competent engineers are already available with duly certified documents, should there be left certain other requirement that states or municipalities and authorities register further these these enrolled registers enrolled engineers on local statutory statutory created registers having no either statutory basis or statutory defined practical. Then I have to repeat this a little better so that's clear, some confusion maybe because question of standards. Therefore, keeping up these following provisions of national and international professional engineers, quality standardization procedures to in effect but practically and whereas such high profile status and competent engineers are already available with duly certified documents, should there be left certain other requirement that states or municipalities and authorities register further these enrolled engineers on local arbitrary created registers having no either statutory basis nor a alright. Not allowing chartered engineers India and professional engineers India to practice engineering in India amounts to clear violation of Constitution of India, Article 19G, which is included as a fundamental right to work within either carrying out profession or carrying out professional business. Such violation of fundamental right is required to be prevented in future, for which a remedy to achieve II mandated objectives of rightful application of engineering and engineering science in India. Honorable Supreme Court is moved with this paper prior to issue directions in form of applicable and suitable order in this regard or referable writ quo warranto onto all government of India, government of all states, all development authorities, all local bodies, all municipalities and others, whosoever would be referable, applicable in this relevance and all others further relevant as such. Now, direction warranted upon by Honorable Court shall assist in managing control over engineering regulations and engineers regulations together, which would conveniently suit good public interest for public would receive competent quality engineering services from and by all engineering branches and so what I say again, I repeat this, is very important because we are convincing court. Honorable says direction warranted upon by Honorable Court shall assist in managing control over engineering regulations and engineers regulations together, which would conveniently suit good public interest for public would receive competent quality engineering services from and by all engineering branches and particularly related to civil engineering, buildings, design and erection directly by competent chartered engineers India and professional engineers India and not through architects and architects exclusively only, as has been defined by statutory regulations constituted by under comprehensive architectural services per and in pursuit to 1989 May 11th 1989 definition on list under Architect Act 1972 since chartered engineer then we say statutory regulations constituted by under comprehensive architectural services for and in pursuit to 1989 May 11 89 definition and list under Architect 1972 since chartered engineers India intend to serve public in India directly for promotion and applications of engineering and engineering practice business in all its branches. Again I repeat part of this because architects actually we just say again that repeat that direction warranted upon by Honorable Court shall assist in managing control over engineering regulations and engineers regulations and together with engineering regulations and engineers regulations together with which would conveniently suit good public interest for public would receive competent quality engineering services from and by all engineering branches and particularly relate to civil engineering buildings, designs and erection directly by competent chartered engineers India and professional engineers India and not through the architectural engineers India. So, and not through architect exclusively only as has been affected, has been defined by statutory regulations constituted by under comprehensive architectural services per and in pursuit to 1989 May 11th 1989 definition on list wider under Architect Act 1972 since okay, so since chartered engineers in list under architecture, since chartered engineers India intend to serve public in India directly for promotion and applications, engineering practice, business in all its branches. So designs and construction of buildings is very complex, let's say. Design and construction of buildings is very complex and specialist engineering discipline which requires thorough knowledge and experience, engineering attainment, and not simply gained elementary knowledge, so that by professional engineering applications on proposed buildings as well as buildings requiring seismic retrofitting process, public receives quality professional service with added value engineering and buildings delivered as are would be the view further. So what I say is very different. What I say is very building construction very complex and specialty engineering discipline which requires thorough knowledge and experience, engineering attainment and not simply gained elementary knowledge, so that by professional engineering applications on proposed buildings as well as buildings requiring seismic retrofitting process, public receives quality professional services with added value engineering and buildings delivered or would be professionally designed and professionally constructed managed structures which specialization of alright. So would be professionally designed and professionally constructed managed structures, while application of simple cosmetic decoration and superficial elevation attraction is not adequate for reliability criteria is safety plus serviceability plus durability of building in long run, which application of simple cosmetic decoration and superficial elevation attraction is always given as an exclusive offer. Every architect intends to deliver to a building owner. Proportionally, structure element does not cost excessively. Proportionally, structure element does not cost excessively in comparison to gross cost to be spent on building. But public and honorable court should realize that requirement of reliable, that is safe plus serving plus durable, that is called reliability structure, is very significant, and so what I say, but public and honorable court should realize that requirement of reliable, safe plus serving plus durable equal to reliability structure is very significant and must be given preference on its quality of design and construction, and not simply considered admitted that the Chartered Engineer India is bound by dictates of an architect under a misconceived Alright, we will go further because I am going very slow. Intentionally I am going very slow because this is actually must be understood clear. It's not story. There's some law involved, so I am going that way. So when I say again that structure is very significant and must be given preference on its quality of design and construction, and not simply considered or admitted that a chartered engineer in India is bound by dictates of an architect under misconceived, illogical and irrelevant provisions mandated under under Architects Act 1972 and its whole continued and its constituted regulations under title Comprehensive Architectural Services, notified on May 11, 1989, and in pursuant to these regulations, referrals, I can say COA/03/2002/2002/APR/12 and 13 refer to petitions as you already studied, which provisions encroach upon professional roles to be undertaken by chartered civil engineers, structural engineers and others chartered building services engineers, and therefore these irrelevant roles included under Comprehensive Architectural Services, May 11, 1989, and in pursuant thereto, wide said referral, this is COA/DOC/03/2002 April 3rd. Although you further this reference are required to be declared void, that I said this referral COA/DOC/03/2003/APR/12 and 13 are required to be declared void, while an architect should be allowed to work exclusively on architectural designs of buildings and avoid contravening, violating other engineering disciplines, professional rules and dischargeable obligations. In interest of receiving safe, serving and durable, robust structure, chartered engineer is civil. As civil engineers should be utilized or hired directly by building owner or should be utilized or hired directly by building owners and not through an architect, which if appointed by an architect, situation leads to subjugation of engineering requirements under control of architects, where so which if appointed by an architect, situation leads to subjugation of engineering requirements under control of architect, where civil engineer does not feel professionally independent to work on buildings, designs and construction, and which if civil engineer is directly appointed by owner client building production work within optimum budget limit, and which if civil engineer is directly appointed by owner or client building production works within an optimum budget, as well as whereupon an engineer could take professional decisions on engineering considerations so as to produce a fundamental system functional system of building structures, which structural system cannot be decided by whims and fancies of an architect. Then further added for full assistance to court further added for full assistance to court that civil engineering comprises of setting out building plans, designs, working out structural designs, planning, scheduling, supervision, superintendence, application of quality management, requirement, safety during design, consideration and safety during erection stages under civil engineering project management discipline, issue of completion certification and issue of stability certificate pertinent all kinds of buildings, red line marked drawings, as built drawings, production of dossiers for completion and maintenance, development works, roads, bridges, railways, public health or environment, water resources, oil plant facilities, estimation, quantity, surveying, including work done, valuations, existing buildings, current valuations, relevant conduct of arbitration, mechanism for contract involved disputes, resolutions, arbitration management, consultancy, other public and private works, etc., which all works and activities add contribution to national development in all respects. For corroboration of respecting foregoing points of explanation, all such fields require scheme concepts, design philosophy, contemplation of requirements and respective projections, designs, sustainability of designs, working designs, method statements related to all disciplines, retrofitting activities, specifications, designs, general, project and particular, all contract designs in relevance to FIDIC or otherwise, contract administrations, contract completion, member engagement on dispute resolution board, dispute resolution management consultancy, dispute resolution mechanism, arbitration and all other relevant activities and operations required to be operated by competent chartered engineers India. All foregoing activities and operations within ambit of engineering business certainly require engagement of competent engineers to carry out such works so as to reach project building to be carried out to complying with designs and all considerations to be intended to its use successfully to its use building to be carried out to so as to reach project building to be carried out to complying with designs and all considerations to be intended to its use successfully and throughout its design life. I'll repeat this paragraph. I don't want any confusion anywhere. So let me repeat this paragraph. Let me first of all do something else. So okay, it's there, still there. What it says that all foregoing activities and operations within ambit of engineering business certainly require engagement of competent engineers to carry out such works so as to reach project building to be carried out to complying with designs and all considerations to be intended to its use successfully and throughout its decided life. Chartered Engineers India IEI corporate member enrolled in accordance to IEI Royal Charter 1935 are authorized, duly qualified in all respects so as to do in engineering and its business. Therefore, Honorable Supreme Court is prayed to devise a direction and order to Government of India, all state governments, all such state governments authorities, all municipalities, other authorities and otherwise others as relevant in India to direct and order them in all required aspects and respects to comply with provisions included within II Charter 1935 so that Chartered Engineers India from respective branches of engineering may be able to be publicly required legally to work on engineering activities so as to realize in existence role of engineers in society and contribute one unto national development. Just for purpose of information of reference, it is brought to Honorable Court's attention that in year 1833, Ministry of Law, Government of India had been established by Royal Charter 1833, while in 1862, Honorable High Court of Bombay, Madras and Calcutta had been established by charters letters patent under then High Courts Act, and all such granted charters of Honorable High Courts have still been in force without any dissolution or repeal or annulment. It's also added It is also added for assistance to Honorable Court that II Royal Charter 1935 classifies II due to its involvement in public interest and disposing state responsibilities, including its mandated roles as an engineering profession and Indian Engineers Regulatory Body, as referred on to IAI Royal Charters 1935 22 number present number 2F empowers II to test by conducting examinations, to grant certificate of competencies to engineers for whatever description required under any Government of India Act or whatever other acts or laws applicable for time being in India, and for attaining advancement, promotion and application of engineering and engineering sciences in India, and being a unique chartered, latest patented and warranted engineering regulation and control body in India, it enjoys status of state under Article 12 of Constitution of India by virtues to act as a state agency for functional functional instrumentality to objectively work for issue of Chartered Engineer India and Professional Engineers India certifications in all engineering branches. Since petitioner understands that II Charter 1935 is an approval of invested power with II endowed by then ruler of Britain and India, H.M. King George V, by his royal prerogative and by all other powers to do so, which means it is an enactment ordered by H.M. King George V, and that is an order in council, which means that II Charter, that means you can say II Charter 1935 being a primary legislation not dependent on any other statute for drawing its powers, and whereas such royal charter approval was declared as an order in council. Then let's move further. So it is legislation not dependent on any other statute for drawing its powers, and where such royal charter approval was declared as an order in council which had been operated per procedure to constitute certain constitutional documentation coming under ambit of definition of law mandated by Article 13 of Constitution of India, and therefore II Royal Charter 1935 was and therefore is certainly constructed by enjoying force of law, statute and Constitution of India, and deemed entrenched therein. which is how to see now. So almost how much you can see. It's still how much? 3 hours. Okay, wait, more time we have. Welcome to Gulam. Welcome. Good morning, Chairperson. They are pretty fine now. See how much is. Let me see how much more can I say. I can take more time. So yes, okay. So let's say. So let me repeat this paragraph once again. Please, yes, this I repeat because this is deliberate paragraph. It's very important one. So this is our logic actually. We are giving an explanation. Again, being a unique chartered latest patent in awarded engineering regulation and control body in India, it enjoys status of state under Article 12 of Constitution of India by virtues to act as a state agency for functional instrumentality to objectively work for issue of Chartered Engineers India and Professional Engineers India certifications in all engineering branches, since petitioner understands that II Charter 1935 is an approval of invested power with II endowed by then ruler of Britain and India H.M. King George V by his royal prerogative and by all other powers so to do, which means it is an enactment order by H.M. King George V, and that is order in council, which means that II Charter 1935 being a primary legislation not dependent on any other statute for drawing its powers, and whereas such royal charter approval was declared as an order in council which had been operated per procedure to constitute certain constitutional documentation coming under ambit of definition of law maintained by Article 13 of Constitution of India, and there and that so constitutional documentation coming under ambit of definition of law mandated by Article 13 of Constitution of India, and therefore II Charter 1935 was and therefore is certainly constructed by enjoying force of law, statute and Constitution of India, and they are deemed entrance therein. Whereas certain qualified civil engineers in India are in public interest have had moved formal petitions onto August House of Rajya Sabha Petition Committee in year 2003 and 2012, refer to petitions exhibit PE 13. Then namely by P. Suraj Singh himself being one of litigants in this case in 2003, requiring issue of notification by Government of India, Parliament of India to permit Professional Engineers India and Chartered Engineers India carry out related professional activities. Transcript of feature petition and details. Follow-up. I said due to professional activities, transcript of petition and details of follow-up actions provided in the later part of this petition, refer to petition exhibit whatever it is, and since then no action has been resorted to by Government of India as well as not resorted to by August House of Rajya Sabha, but RTI information moved by Engineer Altaf Usmani Patliwala and consequent response number RS-2 86-2012 RTI dated February 24th confirms that So, whatever in consequent response number, this RS-286-2012 RTI dated February 24th confirms that petition does not stand admitted and therefore deemed dismissed. Refer to petitioner's Exhibit P 13A. Now, following thereafter also had been applied under RTI Act 2005 by Altaf Batliwala to Honorable Law Commission March 9, 2012, Law Ministry March 1, 2012, March 22nd, 2012, April 1st, 2012, May 9th, 2012, Home Ministry, Attorney General of India, December 23rd, 2012, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, March 31st, 2012, praying, appealing to ensure constitutional legal status pertinent respecting II Royal Charter. Praying appeal to ensure constitutional legal status pertinent respecting II Royal Charter 1935, but no response. A statutory provision, valid, reliable information received on any of foregoing petitions as well as on filed applications. Also in 2012 filed one petition by Engineer Altaf Usman Batliwala 1 August on the August House of Rajya Sabha, seeking to ensure II Charter constitutional legal status, but no concrete result were achieved or received. So it appears that this being no one in Government of India to respond. Okay, status but no concrete results are achieved. It appears that there being no one in Government of India to respond to all such applications under RTI in a reasonable level. Then we go further. It appears that there is no one in Government of India to respond to all such applications under RTI in a reasonable manner. With responsibilities, since all authorities have tried to shed away responsibility in this regard. Now refer to petitions, exhibit whatever it is, and just says grievances. Now coming up, filed with PMO, Honorable PM, interaction the portal issue related to Charter Engineers India and Professional Engineer India for a decision and to issue public notification action to this grievance by Honorable Human Resources and Ministry as indicated below. Official communication received by SMS on August 9, 2016, which confirmed that case was closed. Since Institution of Engineers India was not recognized for higher education by Honorable Ministry of Human Resources and Development, refer to petitioners exhibit B4. There's no relation in this to education, but they did not read any petition, just answered because they think Institute of Engineers India is only teaching, and that's it. And it was 2012 that they recognized, and the court went to High Court, and then now it's there. About to come back, about to just get lost. Okay. Then let's go through further one. Then though this information contains necessary materials, facts, that is to II communication dated August 22nd to Survey communicate to II is an email communication was sent to President Institute of Engineers India on August 7, 2016 related to civil engineers competencies and for purpose of public to know about what engineers can do for them. Transcript is given below. I read it for you. This August 2, 2016, Institution of Engineers India, Airport Road 70020, President as a President at iindia.org or CENG. Says designation and construction of buildings in India. I wrote like that. Architect Act 1972 and under it constituted regulations. Comprehensive Architectural Service 1989 notified on May 11, 1989. Now it says that we read that Architect Act 1972 and under it constituted regulations, comprehensive architectural services 1989 notified on May 1989. Competencies related to chartered engineers civil. Respected sirs, in relation to foregoing subject, mails were forwarded to II. This issue has significance to an extent that practice by corporate members II and thereby Chartered Engineers India civil on buildings does not practically exist in India at national statute as engineering professional practitioners whose profession is certainly a part of mandate under II Royal Charter 1935. Among the next one, engineering professional practitioners whose profession is certainly a part of mandate under II Royal Charter 1935, which covers advancement, promotions and business in all branches of engineering in India. Competencies related to Chartered Engineers India civil on designs and construction of buildings has been adversely affected since regulations Comprehensive Architectural Service 1989 notified on May 11, 1989 under provisions of Architects Act 1972. Unfortunately, Chartered Engineers India community remained unaware about these regulations which were constituted under said statute must have been duly approved by Council of Ministers and Parliament of India in compliance per existing provisions under Architect Act 1972. Initially, in 1972, no such provisions had been included within Architect Act 1972, which provisions mandate protection of architect's title matters connected therewith. But 17 years later, in years 1989, Council of Architecture and Statutory Body under said act managed to integrate aforesaid reference regulations under mandate of Architect Act 1972. These regulated provisions are also these regulated provisions allow architects to carry out profession related to designs, constructions and supervision over construction, respecting all involved buildings, engineering disciplines including building structures, building services and others whatsoever. Then and others including building structures, building services and others whatsoever. Architects are mandated to get clients and deal with clients, while no other professional as such is allowed to get clients from anywhere, which means that only on an exclusive basis architects are designated professionals, while then you can say, also repeat, architects are mandated to get clients and deal with clients, while no other professional as such is allowed to get clients from anywhere, which means that only on an exclusive basis architects are designated professionals, while other engineers from other engineering disciplines are not treated building engineering professionals. Same constructive interpretation was recorded with Bureau of Indian Standards on December 23rd, 2015 regarding National Building Code 2005 Part 2 Administration included competencies related to professionals to be engaged on buildings. Okay, we go forward. Same construction interpolation was recorded Bureau in the Standard December 23rd, 2015 regarding National Building Code Part 2, 2005 Part 2 Administration included competencies related to professional to be engaged on buildings such as engineers, structural engineers and Council of Architecture does not treat engineers as professionals on buildings but their professional clerical assistants, which is a great insult caused to engineering community through Statute Architects Act 1972 and constituted regulations under that as if aforesaid refer to petition exhibit P12 response by Council of Architecture to BIS Court. Now presently only architects are statutorily registered and therefore reference to registered engineer is imaginary and illegal, unquote. This was in their response to yes. And against Annex A response quoted only an architect who is statutorily registered, regulated, therefore called engineers, etc. Calling engineers, etc. as registering professionals is illegal, unquote. Whenever certain publicity is issued by whatever government in India, only architects are invited for submission of buildings related projects, and no invitation is given to chartered engineers India or professional engineers. Thanks. Engineers, is that engineers India or even other non-registered engineers related to engineering activities on operations. Now, how much time still I have? So, no invitation given to chartered engineers India or professional engineers India or even other non-registered engineers related to engineering activities or operations. Indeed, Council of Architecture has badly played with entire civil engineering community without any notice taken either by IEI or by Chartered Engineers India, corporate members, IEI, and by other engineers. It's regretful to record that IEI, based upon statutory provision, mobilizes two-number corporate members to be integrated members on statutory Council of Architecture, while it is assumed that these two-number corporate members were available in council meeting during finalization by Council of Architecture about these statutory regulations in 1988 and related controlling activities conducted thereafter, and MP and इसमें समय it is I repeat, two-number corporate members were available in council meeting during finalizing by Council of Architecture about these statutory regulations into 1988 and related controlling activities conducted thereafter and up to that day when engineering activities were placed by Council of Architecture under comprehensive architectural activities scope of architect. Refer to petitioner's exhibit. It's not understood about why these corporate members, IEI constituted part on Council of Architecture, did not object inclusion of all discipline engineers roles under comprehensive architectural services, which has completely deteriorated professional status of engineers. Then we go further. Architectural, wait a minute, says it's not understood about why these corporate members, IEI constitute part of Council of Architecture, did not object inclusion of all discipline engineers roles under comprehensive architectural services, which has completely deteriorated professional status of engineers who work on buildings, and in fact there is no role of a civil engineer left to be played on buildings, designs and constructions, since all duties have been pulled by architects under their scope of responsibility whereas civil engineer is neither invited nor for buildings by anyone nor involved on buildings in capacity as professional practitioner on, on designs and supervisions of on buildings engineering. The Architect Act 1972 is a special law. We all know that. It's a special law at national level that would certainly weigh over all other state laws and state bylaws that have no constitutional power and authority to decide competencies of building engineers. Even Bureau of Indian Standards can issue only guidelines to be followed adoption adoption if state so pleases and cannot force them comply with by all state level bodies, and BIS has no statutory powers to enforce all such guidelines itself. Then even Model Building Bylaw Appendix E issued by Urban Development Ministry in 2016 covers repetition of competencies included on National Building Code Part 2 Administration, yet these are only authentic guidelines having no force of implementation at all. The Institution of Engineers India has been constituted by Royal Charter 1935, which is having force of a statute and is constitutional in its legal status. II is empowered to test test candidates and issue professional engineering competencies certification, which I has been effecting since 1935 successfully, whether it be AMI, MI India, FI etc. Chartered Engineer India since 1935 or Professional Engineers India since which II has been affecting since 1935 successfully, whether it's AMI, MIFI India or Chartered Engineers India since 1935, Professional Engineers India since 1995. You are right. Empowerment of II for competency certification invests II with framing policy related to deciding professional competencies regarding all engineering subsidiaries. All the units of disciplines, Empowerment of II for competency. Empowerment of II for competency certification invests II with framing policy related to deciding professional competencies regarding all engineering disciplines, so that public know about what Chartered Engineers India can do for them discipline wise. Competency certificate should speak and notify about professional power, then engineer can work for and deliver to public clients. It's not in professional interest of II and engineers that municipality and other authorities should decide what engineers should carry out in profession of engineering based on these competency titles. Therefore, II should take initiative and lead nation on similar grounds as Council of Architecture have done in 1989 and thereafter to protect profession of engineering, since II Royal Charter 1935 mandates that II can do whatever is conducive in interest of engineering as a member of framing policy in national and social interest. Expected that II shall serve engineering community so that best professional services could be extended to public with trust and goodwill. Howsoever, engineering community has understood that no authorities in government would decide in favor of engineers, since engineering community is no vote bank, which means that engineers may resort to knocking Indian courts for resolution if nothing happens positively. Then refer to petitions exhibit. Okay, this information contains necessary materials, fact, reproduction of transcripts of petition filed with Council of States Rajya Sabha, and this was in 1905 on 2003. It was to Council of States Rajya Sabha, forwarded to Secretary General Rajya Sabha, Parliament House, New Delhi. Petition of Surat Singh IEI, registered professional engineer India, under rules of Rajya Sabha, matter of general public interest for consideration by Committee of Petitions. And Shavath, Government of India, Chartered Engineer Certification reference. Now it was given to this was reference was that to some publication already. Publication was done by Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Department of Commerce, Directorate General of Foreign Trade Policy, Circular number 14 2002-2007, dated 27 November 2002. In reference of that, this contents were filed. It's well known as written is what I filed was, it's a well known fact that registered chartered engineers India and professional engineers India on role of corporate members of Institution of Engineers India, incorporated by Royal Charter 1935, comprising 22 presidents, are rightful and privileged to carry out engineering science, application, business and professional engineering practice in India in all engineering branches according to specialized recognized discipline per Institution of Engineers India divisional attachment. But municipality, local bodies and other public authorities in general show ignorance pertinent to this fact and insist that Chartered Engineers India and Professional Engineers India get another registration with relevant body under no provision of any national statutory reference. Engineers are forced to do so, as most of these professionals are either not registered with IEI or do not elect to dispute those relevant authorities disregarding direction by this special law. So my prayer, or this prayer is, and I'm speaking of prayer, it was just background like you understand. It's prayed upon August House of Parliament, Council of States, that Honorable Human Resources Ministry, Government of India notified to refresh all relevant authorities of Indian institutions, courts, Government of India, local bodies, municipalities, private and in general, public and other except as legal document, Chartered Engineers Certification, professional engineer certification, wherever it is statutorily required, such as for submission, approval of building plans, systems designs, engineering plans, engineering designs, calculations, construction drawings, all contract documents, construction methodology statements, quality assurance documents, safety and environment controls, technical controls, valuation, product total quality, process supervision, stability, completion, estimates, project reports, services, investigation reports, etc., but not limited to these. All these operational provisions to be conducted are enshrined within IEI Charter Scheme, effective 1935 and still in force. So, name of petition was written, address was given, signatures, all these three were fulfilled. Then some supports were provided for documents along with this submission. One was this information contains means this transcript of this information contains necessary materials, facts, transcript of communication received from Rajya Sabha, what they responded on 24th July 2003, that received a letter from Rajya Sabha on July, I received that, contents of which have been given below. Parliament of India, Rajya Sabha, Secretariat, Telegram, this all says that, I'm not reading all this coordinates, I'm just going directly to context. It's reading from G.C. Miglani, Deputy Secretary to myself, and then it says making it mandatory, this is the subject of my petition, making it mandatory for Indian institutions, municipalities, etc. to accept II Chartered Engineers Professional Engineer Certification. Petition regarding, sir, I am directed to refer to you. I am directed to refer to your petition dated May 19, 2003 on subject cited above, and to state that views, comments of Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India on issues raised in your petition were invited, and Ministry Director General of Foreign Trade has inter alia informed that Director General of Foreign Trade is concerned with issue related to imports, exports and procedural requirements thereto, and that it has prescribed submissions of Chartered Engineer Certificate in Handbook of Procedures, Volume 1, for various purposes like advance license, where input-output norms are not fixed, and for service industry under EPCG scheme, where imports are restricted. Proposal to accept II certificate for specified activities under EXIM policy along with Chartered Engineer certificate can be considered, provided such certification meets procedural requirements. Ministry has desired that in order to enable them to examine request on merits, II should submit detailed literature about their activities, recognition, affiliation, etc. to the Director General Foreign Trade. I am therefore to request you to take necessary action in matter accordingly and have detailed literature about activities of IEI, their recognition and affiliation, etc. forwarded to Director General Foreign Trade Shri Anil Agarwal, Deputy DGPG, under intimation and so this was that, and they could not actually understand, I know. So there was then now what I did, this information contains necessary material, facts, herein transcript of communication response letter posted to II, to DGFT and Parliament on 4/8/2003. Now, Institution of Engineers India, established 1920, incorporated by Royal Chart and by they answered like this. And they say, A.K. Puthia, CDR A.K. Puthia and retired, and all coordinates there. So, he writes to Director General Foreign Trade, and what his answer is? His answer is that making and mandate same subject, and please refer to letter number this from Deputy Secretary of Rajya Sabha, Secretariat, copy attached on subject. Institution of Engineers India, established in 1920, granted Royal Chart in 35, a learned society of engineers engaged in advancement of engineering science and practice. Its main activities can be divided into two parts. Firstly, assisting aspiring engineers to become chartered engineers, and secondly, providing a learned forum to qualified engineers to keep themselves appraised with developing engineering knowledge and advancement in different branches of technology by exchange of information amongst members and maintaining high standards in this practice of their profession. A copy of Royal Charter is enclosed To cater for first activity mentioned above, institution conducts examinations known as Section A and Section B of institution examinations twice a year at various centers spread all over country. Passing of Section A and Section B of institution examination brings candidates academically at par with university degree holder in engineering for entry into senior engineering services under central and state governments, public and private sectors, organizations, etc. Most universities and academic institutions of country recognized recognize institution examination qualification for admission to postgraduate studies. List of such institutions is contained at page 53 of Rules Volume 1. Enclosed. Section A and Section B of institution examination is recognized by Government of India at par with a bachelor degree in appropriate field of engineering. Wide letter number reference under this F18/4/78 T7 dated August 16, 1978 from Ministry of Education. Such engineers are accredited engineering degree holders after acquiring requisite experience and can become corporate members of institution. Brief details under A pathway to professional development is enclosed. By virtue of Royal Charter, institution is empowered to issue Chartered Engineers India certificate to its corporate members in respective field of engineering. Such a person is expected to have requisite expertise in engineering discipline and is considered to be higher standard than an equally placed engineer. Many organizations give due weightage to chartered engineer India as he has gone through required scrutiny and possesses requisite qualification and experience in engineering disciplines. An engineer can become chartered engineer India only if he has a minimum of 5 years post-accredited engineering degree, professional experience, and is of minimum 26 years of age. Related corporate members which gives them entry to become chartered engineer is strictly regulated in accordance with respective rules. Apart from Chartered Engineers India Certificate Institution, II introduced Professional Engineers India P Engineer Certificate in year 1994. Certificate is granted to its life fellow and members by virtue of having not less than 15 years post-qualification experience in profession of engineering in a position of high responsibility. Then criteria what they gave after that: attain minimum 35 years of age on date of application, possesses minimum 15 years post-qualification experience in profession of engineering in a position of high responsibility, covering one or more areas in research and development, designs, manufacturing, maintenance, engineering services, executing or operation of engineering projects only, or consultation for engineering research, designs, projects, teaching with involvement in practical design consultancy. Then details of continued professional development for 5 years, career report, 200 words, 2000 words, covering personal engineering, management and economy, environment, health and safety, proposal and recommended by 3 fellows of institution. Selection subject to peer assessment and Then further, selection is subject to peer assessment by nominated professional committee consisting of 3 members constituted by council consisting of council members and experts who are themselves professional engineers for examining and taking decisions on application for award of professional engineer certificate. P-Engineer certificate is valid for 5 years at a time from date of issue. However, member may apply in prescribed form for renewal of approval for a further period of 5 years while applying for renewal member. Renewal member shall have to furnish at least 5 years performance and present status for appraisal. Institution has recently been granted provisional membership of Engineers Mobility Forum, an international body which ensures consistently high level of professional attainment of engineers in member countries. Engineers so registered shall be meeting international level of profession, and they would be free to practice their professions internationally without further scrutiny or certification. Hence, it should be seen that Chartered Engineers India and Professional Engineers India certification based by IAI, given by IAI, is unique and is given to duly verified experienced engineers. Such engineers are considered to be on a better footing as their professional attainment has been scrutinized and assessed by an independent qualified body. All chartered engineers, professional engineers, along with other corporate members of institution are bound by code of ethics and violation if any attracts severe repercussions, including expulsion from institution. Copy of Code of Ethics for corporate members is enclosed. Hence, entrusting responsibilities to such chartered and professional engineers would ensure professional inputs, regulated and accountable conducts. Thanking you, yours faithfully, signed Cadre A.K. Puthia in retired Secretary and Director General. Enclosed Royal Charter 1935, Rules Book, IEI Volume 1, Letter Reference from Ministry and Government of India, A Pathway to Professional Development, Code of Ethics of Corporate Members, and CC to Miglani, Deputy Secretary, Parliament of India, Secretary, etc., and copy to me, and that's it, para AG. So this was letter. Then refer to petitioner exhibit, and okay. This information contains necessary materials, fact transfer, communication received by P. Engineer Sourcing from Rajya Sabha. Again, it came and dated on 18th September. This came that registered professional engineer sector, same subject. Reference your email dated September 7 on the above subject. I wish to inform you that your petition is still under process and you will be informed no sooner a decision is taken thereon. Yes, faithfully, Milani. This was that. And after this date, I think this issue was bad. No further information was ever received by me, Chartered Engineer India, Professional Engineer India, petition from Rajya Sabha. Yet in response to one RTI filed by Engineer Altaf Usmain Batliwala, reference to Rajya Sabha, number RS/286-2012, RTI dated February 24, 2012, received by Engineer Altaf Batliwala from Rajya Sabha Secretariat, which is reproduced as follows, and this says, quote, it is to inform that as per information available, petition of Suraj Singh was received in committee section petitions. However, same does not stand admitted for records of section. Records related to processing of this petition is not available at this stage in terms of retention schedule. To refer to petitioner civic PR 13 AM, and that's it. So you say that this petition was dead, and remaining material I will take tomorrow because still there are 42, not 40, some pages are left, and I think time is not that much left now. So I will close it today because I wanted to finish, but no problem. It's like that. So let us close it. Thank you all. Struggle is life, and that's all. No problem. After that, it will be done. What to do? So thank you very much, gentlemen. See you here, and I'll continue this and also start FedEx